And we are officially starting. Yeah, so Brice will be here in just a little bit. Cloak is not going to be making it tonight, so he said just have his character be hanging out in London doing something, and while you guys kind of get settled in. So
Fell off the ship.
yeah, maybe he got lost in the boiler room or something. So we're going to start out with just a little bit of a narrative, a recap. This will all be taking place while you're on your journey from New York to London. I'm not sure if all of you guys saw the message in Discord, but I spent some time updating Obsidian Portal today, and a lot of character entries have been put in there that I have been neglectful of, and so you new guys particularly, you can look through that stuff to kind of see, even though we're past New York, you can kind of see some of the people that they have been interacting with. And some clues that have been gained along the way. I didn't really make any changes there. All the New York clues all still remain. I did add in the artifacts and items that you had gotten from the Juju house. Let's see. What else did I do today? I entered in stuff for London, England, so be sure to read up on that section. That will give you setting details, information about the current day and age in London. Especially those of you who are from here. I posted some maps on Obsidian Portal, so you'll have the map to London available there, in addition to it being available here within Fantasy Grounds during play. But the Obsidian Portal stuff you'll be able to access anytime you want. Alright, so Taragnor had suggested that we do a little bit of a recap, getting to know each other, kind of breaking in the newcomers, kind of a scene here as we have several days to journey from New York to London. The journey is going to take about 5 to 9 days, depending on weather, tides, currents, all of that kind of stuff. And so we'll just randomize it a little bit here, but it's unimportant exactly how many days transpires. We'll just fast forward the calendar. And so if it is, I'll roll 1d6. No. 1d8. Let's see, what do I want here? 4d4, that's what I'm gonna roll. That'll be giving me a minimum of 4. Okay, so it's going to take about 8 days. Now, you guys did also spend some time in the U.S., kind of wrapping up some things, handing over your evidence. You traveled up to Miskatonic. You met with Professor Cowles up there. You took Iris and Cecil back up there with you and left them. They stayed at Miskatonic. Cecil went on up to Boston and decided that he wasn't up for traveling over to England and was needed to take care of some things at home. Him and Iris had gotten pretty close, so maybe he stayed there at Miskatonic with Iris for a little bit, and let her take care of him a bit. So we're going to randomize how many days you guys spent in the U.S. taking care of stuff. Okay. So a total of 22 days passes till you guys get to London. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so your arrival date will be February the 10th. However, let's backtrack a little bit, do a quick little recap, and who wants to be the... Yeah, we're not going to do luck rolls for every day. Nothing meaningful is happening during that time frame. Luck rolls only take place during meaningful time frames, not downtime. Man, only 14 luck. Guess you guys are gonna have to work on getting that built back up again. Oh, I do want everyone to note one thing on their character sheets. I don't know if you saw the chat earlier, but I did find an extension that let me modify your health points back to what they are supposed to be. So all of you will notice that you are now back to what a standard Call of Cthulhu character should be as far as hit points. The pulp doubling, you shouldn't have 0 because I changed it. Why do you have 0?
Yeah, my current is 11, but my max is 0.
Okay. Apparently it didn't take. Hopefully that's not going to reset every single session. So Barney has 11, Alonzo has 11. Chappie is set back to 0 again too. Okay, that may be a little bit of a problem if this extension is going to 0 it back out every single time. Charles is at 9. I'm going to have to contact the guy who wrote it if that's the problem. 10 for Irene. Kansas. Back to 8. Okay.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes,
Okay,
I can.
I'm not on yet. I'm gonna mute this just so I can listen in and I don't miss anything.
Alright.
Alright, cool. Thanks.
No problem. The bad guys never got any bonus hit points, so their hit points are the same as what they've always been.
Hey G, can you mute me? Is that possible? I'm on the app and it's not letting me mute.
Oh, yeah, I can mute you. Okay, how's that?
I can still hear you.
Okay. Alright, so, yes, by default, if you add up your size and your con, you divide by 10, and then you round down. I just personally muted him.
Yep. Still hear you.
Yeah, the only thing he wanted was for me to mute him so that he wouldn't hear us talking and everything. Or I think so that so we wouldn't hear him. Well, it looks like he just got off. He'll be back. All right. Anyway, so who's going to be the volunteer to do an in-character one-on-one with Alonzo and kind of get to know Alonzo a little bit? This can be everyone, even really. I mean, the floor is yours. I'm giving the first part of this session to the players to kind of establish their characters' purpose in journeying to London, what they plan to get out of it, what they're planning on looking into. I did put up a new set of quests for you, just as a few starting quests once you get to London, based on some of the information that you had gotten in New York City. So you have 3 things that you know that you can hit the ground running looking into once you get to London. Anything else in addition to that is completely up to you guys and what you find out along the way. Be sure and refer to the newspaper clippings about the Carlisle expedition whenever you're talking about that. That is public information. If you don't just automatically know about it from remembering read about it, it is something that is easily acquired with a little bit of research or asking around. We have some fortune tellers here. Well, as you all are well aware, Barney and Irene are both from England, so they are coming back to their home turf. While you all are chatting, also take a note of the party sheet. I believe, as players, if you go to the inventory, you can see a set of items that have been designated as group loot. And so at some point here during the journey, we will need to disperse those particular items out to the individuals who want to be responsible for them. Or you could very well just determine that you leave them behind with someone else. I mean, you could very easily leave them with Iris. You know, Iris, we can say, can always be your safety deposit box. Or even as that goes, Ramsey, you know, your benefactor, the person who is providing the disbursement of funds to you on behalf of the will, can also be responsible for holding on to things, although it depends on which place you think would be the most secure. Yes, that is one thing to keep in mind. So Pixel, whenever you joined the game, we kind of determined your background, your story, what's up with Alonzo, why he cares about any of this stuff that's going on. But this is an opportunity for you to let the other characters know what you have to contribute, why they should keep you along, why you even want to be with them, why they should trust you. You know, we started out with a little bit of distrustful banter between Alonzo and Charles, which was all fine and dandy. But as we progress, you know, on through the next 20 days of hanging out in the U.S. and then heading over to London, there's a point where there has to be a getting to know one another and where do we go from here kind of a discussion. And so that's something that we can use this opportunity to address right now as well.
Okay, you guys. Cards on the table. As you may have guessed, I don't actually have a sister. But I do have an interest in the occult. You see, my father's family, all around white Americans, you know, meat and potatoes, straight through European stock, German, Irish, Scots, I think, in there somewhere. My dad married a Japanese woman. Now, I don't know what it's like on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, that was a big no-no. My dad's family was rich. The Dexterhavens were big. Big old family in San Francisco. Probably came over on the Mayflower, if not before. Anyhow, they got wind of my father's marriage, disowned him, completely cut him out of the family. Never had any contact with him again. So my dad's cut off from all the money. You know, he had been used to having a lot of money growing up, didn't have a huge education, so he had to work really hard to support us. And he died early from stress, basically. But he did manage to get me through medical school. Now, after he died, I went through some of his old letters, just going through his estate and everything. And turns out that it seems like the Dexterhavens are into some weird stuff. Like weird occult stuff. And let me tell you, I have got no love for the Dexterhavens these days. Never did anything for me. Drove my dad to an early death. Never did anything for me. I want to find out what they were up to. That's how I got involved in doing some of this occult study. So you guys seem like you're on to something. That's why I decided to tag along with you to London.
Now, also, you had read some of Jackson Elias's books as well, since his books did deal with cults and that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, the other thing was, you guys said you were friends with Jackson Elias. I think I read every single one of his books that I get my hands on, and I figure anybody who is a friend of Jackson Elias has to know something.
In fact, one of his most recent books that he wrote was just before his death, was about a trip to Peru, and the Walking Dead or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but and some of these individuals possibly could have been there. He may have used some pseudonyms in the book to protect the identities of certain people. But you have heard them talking about being in Peru.
I thought, it was weird because when I met you guys, it seemed like there was something familiar about you. I think I do kind of starting to make the connection there with the book. And the whole racist thing. I know I come off abrasive sometimes, but it's kind of a sore point with me, being the way I was raised and, all the half-breed taunts and things like that. So I'm a little bit sensitive about that, and sometimes I lash out. Our detective friend's not here right now. I think he's below deck somewhere, but I probably owe him an apology most of all. But I figure you guys are on to something, so I'm all along. I'm not sure the Dexterhavens had anything to do with what you guys are investigating right at this moment. But it wouldn't surprise me if they turned up somewhere on the borders of this thing, somehow tangentially related to all the things that you guys have been looking into.
And that is definitely a high possibility that they could come into play at some point in the story. We'll just have to see what unfolds there.
The thing is, they have a lot of money, so you got to figure cultists need money. It's not like they work for a living. Anything personal you're talking about there, Irene? Oh, I'm sure the Dexterhavens have been on a safari hunt or two. You know, bored rich people. What else are they going to do but go out in Africa and shoot some animals? Oh yeah, the Karasiri. Remind me about them again? I remember reading something about that, but it's kind of slipped my memory right now. What are the Karasiri? Oh yeah, how could I forget that part? That one gave me nightmares for weeks. Did you guys actually ever see those things? Oof. Good for you, Barney. Sure you never got infected yourself? Eek. So what's the connection between what happened down in Peru and what happened back in Harlem there? Interesting. So where's...
One thing to note about Jackson Elias in reading his books, even as much as he wrote about the occult and death cults in general, he always tended to put off a vibe that he really didn't believe in the supernatural. He usually had a justification, a real life response as to the things that he wrote about, whether it was, some mental illness, or if it was, in the case of the Karasiri, some sort of parasitic worm that took control of its host and made them hunger for flesh, so some type of, justifiable reason beyond what some people would consider a otherworldly, occult, outlandish type of a notion.
But you guys don't know what Mr. Elias said he found, huh?
At this point, they can share all of the clues with you if they deem it necessary, and you should have access to those within Fantasy Grounds, also within Obsidian Portal. But they can manually share those details with you in character here if they wish.
Yeah, I read about the Carlisle expedition in the papers. That's one of the things that brought me down from Boston. If they didn't all get massacred, what happened to them? Oof. That is a mystery. These cult people get around, huh? Peru? Harlem? London?
One of the fears, whether or not Jackson Elias was kind of going insane, crazy, muttering, ramblings kind of stuff, but he, in some of his writings, and communiques up to the moments before he was killed, he kind of indicated a end of days kind of a scenario that that some sort of plan was in the works, that he was just on the fringes. He was just picking up a few of the fringe details and was trying to look further into. And should all of these these plans come to fruition, that humanity would be in for a rough time. Whether or not you believe in that sort of thing or not is, again, completely incidental. But that was what Jackson Elias believed. Which is unusual for a man who, throughout his whole life of writing, never gave any indication that he believed in the supernatural and the in days events, and that it was that big of a threat to the world.
Huh. So you think maybe they might be hiding from the cult, and yet here we are going straight towards them. Ooh. That they washed his brain? Or that not him, they anybody who might have survived the massacre. Carlisle massacre. So what's our first stop once we get into town, old London town? think Jackson Elias is in London?
Yeah,
He's dead.
He is very dead. They've walked in on him being gutted like a pig.
Somehow I missed that in the papers.
And they went and saw his body in the morgue.
Yikes. Why would they cut his intestines out?
Well, you saw something that looked very similar to that on those walking corpses down in the basement. Bellies cut open, intestines spilling out.
He wasn't walking around when you saw him down in the morgue, was he? And which symbol was that? Was that the, I saw something about a bloody tongue, or there was one that looked like a winged V? Which symbol do they carve on Elias? Eesh. Why a bloody tongue? You know anything about the background of that symbol? Kicked out of Egypt. And you don't know why they were kicked out of Egypt? You think that's worth pursuing? Trying to find out more about this bloody tongue? Maybe they might know something at the British Museum. They got a lot of Egyptian stuff there. The whole point is I'm not a racist. If there is racist tendencies in me, it's against you white people. I feel a certain affinity with my Negro friends. The Penhew Foundation, never heard of that one. But I'm game to go along. You do realize Egypt is in Africa too, right, Irene? I know you know that. Well, you guys have all the leads, so you point the way, I'll follow. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'm not too bad in a fight. Took a little boxing back in the day. Just don't ask me to fire a gun. Don't believe in them. I'm with you, Kansas. Nothing like a good whiskey. Especially when it hasn't been made in a bathtub. Sure, we don't have to take a trip up to Scotland? Yeah, what are you guys gonna do with your guns once we get to London? Kansas, you and me are gonna be good friends, I can tell already. We can hear you.
I
Sure
cannot
am.
hear him because I muted him. Alright, try it again.
There he is.
How you doing?
My old
Alright.
buddy, the G-Man. How you doing, G-Man?
G-Man checking in. I hope everybody's all right.
We're doing just fine. Your friends here were filling me in on the everything that you guys have been up to. Sounds like you've been traveling around the world chasing these spooks.
Decapitating people, killing people with flare guns, cyanide killing people. We're basically murder hobos, just like Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't think Dungeons and Dragons exist yet.
True, this must be the precursor.
Really? Irene was telling me her depiction in Jackson Elias's book was a little bit exaggerated.
Yeah,
I never read it.
Tolkien would definitely be around now. He wrote. I don't know if he hasn't come out with The Hobbit yet, but he's definitely alive, and he's in the process.
He went through the Great War
of working on it.
Yep.
That movie looks good too. I've seen the previews. It looked really good.
So what's been going on here, Brice? Charles has been out of the cabin. He was up on deck, maybe getting some air or something, or vice versa. And the rest of the group has been just kind of catching up and discussing the events of the past. Alonzo was telling a little bit about his history. Everyone else was telling about their history and why the group is together and what their goal is or their purpose, and trying to come to some sort of common ground, getting to know each other. That is what we're taking care of right now.
I don't know. They may have seen a lot of armed Americans right after the war. I'm not sure how people would take to you cracking that whip on the ship here.
The ship we are, is it American or is it English?
It is one or the other.
I was hoping it would be English, so he's calling people limeys and get his ass kicked.
Hey, you missed it, G-Man, but I was apologizing for that. Besides,
Yes.
limey,
That's
I
nice.
never met. I always thought limey was more of a term of endearment rather than a.
I'm sure
So-
there's going to be some racist white guy that's like, I always thought chink was a term of endearment. My dad always said it. I thought it was affectionate.
So regardless of the ownership of the ships, it is a mix of passengers. You know, you have several passengers that are U.S., you have several passengers that are English, and no, it is not the Titanic.
Titanic went down. Personally, I've got nothing against the whip. I'm just saying other passengers on the ship might not have the same tolerance that I possess about such things. And you know that I'm a tolerant man.
While we're talking here real quick, Alonzo, I want you to pull up your character sheet, and there's a couple things that we need to address on your personal tab real quick. You have your ideology, your belief, you have your snick people. That should really just be one, or it could be your father and your mother, but your father's dead. So, so it would pretty much just be your mother as the significant person in your life. You have a pocket knife that was given to you by your father, and then a meaningful location. What is a what is your meaningful location? Your place that makes you feel rooted and safe, and is the place that you go back to think things over and where you feel at home at.
How specific does it need to be? Can it just be a city, or is it like...
Yeah, it needs to be relatively specific.
Okay. Okay.
And so it could be, your mother's house. It could be... Okay. Now you'll notice that you have a little box off to the right of those 4 items. Which one of those things do you want to be safe from being tampered with?
Good old mom.
Okay. So, mom cannot be tampered with. However, everything else is fair game. So, those play into this game at various different points. They can be called in stressful situations. They can be changed throughout the game. And so the rules go into all of that, and if you care to get into the details on it, then you can read up on that, but I'm not going to waste time on it right now. I just wanted those to get filled in. I also added your phobias and manias, that you had claustrophobia in there. Those only pertain to things that are affecting you by your insanities. And so right now you're suffering from countermania, which is the desire to experience fearful situations.
Right.
And unless it gets treated at some point along this journey, is still going to be haunting you until it's taken care of. Okay, I'll stop interrupting here. I'll let you guys get back to your stuff, and then when you have come to a good junction where you think you've gotten everything covered, then there's a little bit of between the scenes update stuff we're going to take care of.
Hey, I can hear you guys over there. First of all, G-Man, it's Alonzo, not Alonza. And my medical skills are good enough. Tell me where you went to medical school. And no, it's not acupuncture. And I'm not Chinese. So if we want to get things on a even keel here, let's just get that straight right now, okay? Not Chinese.
Well, what are you, Japanese?
Half Japanese, half American.
Was your mom or your dad Japanese?
My mom.
Okay.
As you might have guessed from my name.
Hey, don't be so touchy. You could have been Italian. Alonzo sounds like an Italian name to me.
Who knows where my dad got that name? It's not Italian. As far as I know, not a drop of Italian blood. It's all Northern European. Irish, Scots, English, German.
I can tell by the red hair. Well, anyway, it does seem like we got up to a bad start. Perhaps we were in a high-stress situation. But I'm willing to start over on ground zero if you are.
I told you I was, G-Man.
All right, I'll hold you to it. You hold me to it, and
I'll
we'll
hold
be
you to
good.
it.
You've seen some shit now, so yeah, nowhere to go but forward.
We're down.
We're down.
We're all going down together.
I don't plan on going down. At least not
Okay.
without a fight.
Okay. I'll be right behind you, Charlie.
Well, I hope you got more than that whacker thing you got. You got to pick up a gun at some point.
Yeah, I'd rather not. The whacker thing works pretty well, actually. I call it the happy slapper.
All right, I'm gonna leave that one alone. That was too easy. Since we're starting over and all.
You just keep that thought to yourself. And let me tell you...
Is the Chappie here? Is he gonna still be joining us?
Chappie
I think he fell off the boat.
Chappie is away. He's off on the cruise liner someplace. He's been around. He did come with you guys, but he's not in the room currently.
I think
Okay,
I saw
cool. I
him
didn't
playing
know if he was
shuffleboard.
dropped out of the game because he wasn't on here or whatnot. So he's
No.
still with us.
Yeah. He's just not making it tonight.
Okay, that's cool. That was a cool character.
I'm gonna have to cut out early too myself, around 11, just because I'm fighting a cold. This damn ship.
So, Alonzo, I don't mean this bad or anything, but you know Kung Fu?
No. What did I tell you? Kung Fu, Chinese. If anything, I'd know
what is it?
karate or judo, Japanese, but I don't know those either. Never wanted to get into that because it would just fit into the whole stereotype. That's why I went to medical school.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, no offense, but medical school and Asian people kind of go together too. At least what I heard.
No other Asians in my medical school.
In this day and age, it wouldn't be as common as it is now. You know, but
yeah, I'm just giving him a hard time.
No kidding. And whenever anybody starts off a sentence with "no offense," but there'll be nothing but offense.
Yours normally start off with like, "Hey cracker" or "Hey limey." So
hey, I haven't said that all day today.
That's true. You
I
must be
told
improving.
It's I've turned over a new leaf for now. You know, crossing the ocean. Time for a new start.
I know you don't got no sister, right? So you got any brothers?
No, I confessed that to your friends already. There's no sister.
Any brothers?
No brothers.
Cousins.
I'm an only child.
So what you missed here, Charles, was that Alonzo was telling us about how his family was separated from the family fortune. His father was disowned from the rest of the family, who was a very well-known, well-to-do, wealthy family, and he married a Japanese lady, and was disowned from the family for such a horrible transgression. His dad died at a relatively young age, you know, basically working himself to death, stress, and everything else. And Alonzo kind of blames the family for his situation, for his mom and dad, their situation, and basically holds a big grudge against the family. In addition, the family also, it is rumored, has some nefarious dealings in unusual, supernatural kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's this thing in San Francisco called Bohemian Grove. They seem to be very involved with.
So did your dad leave or die? You said he's
yeah, he died a couple years back.
So
49.
did you grow up with him, or did he just took off?
Yeah,
the
he
whole
was
time?
around. He was a great guy. He loved us. But
That's good.
you
Did you
know,
grow up here in the States?
yeah, San Francisco, born and raised, San Francisco, baby.
Cool. That's nice.
Now, the rest of the Dexterhavens, are they back on the East Coast? Or are they
No, they're in San Francisco.
they're in San Francisco too? Okay.
Yep. Like I said, they pretty sure they came over in the Mayflower, went west with the rest of the country when everybody else was going west. They owned lots of stakes and some copper mines, some gold mines. They got money from way back, living up on Nob Hill in San Francisco.
How did they make
So is
their
your
money?
mom still back in Japan?
No, my mom is in San Francisco. She lives in San
Gotcha.
Francisco. Go back there every now and then, visit her.
So how did the Dexterhavens get their money? Was it gold rush money? Was it oil money? Was it just money
You
that
know,
came from the East Coast?
As far as I can tell, they had their money when they came over to the New World. And just kept building on it.
Okay, so they
You know,
had their hands in
they
it.
never actually got their hands dirty in the gold rush. They just bought into it.
Okay, so
Bought shares in mines.
Entrepreneurs.
Yeah, you know, they say money makes money.
Okay.
That's very true.
There's no money like old money, and they got it. They buy the influence, they buy the people, they buy the politicians. That's what a lot of what goes on at Bohemian Grove. You know, it's secret societies with the politicians, determining the fate of the world, pretty much.
Alright, so what we determined here, Charles, while you were away, it is going to take about 8 days to sail from New York to London. And you guys also hung out in the States for a while after the events in New York. You handed over the evidence, you stuck around to make sure that people were held accountable for the things that they did, to view your handiwork, to make sure that all the repercussions were taking place as they should. You went up to Miskatonic University. You dropped off Iris and Cecil. You also picked up a few items there. You picked up the mask, if you so desired. And then you also visited with the professor up there, Professor Cowles. He was the guy that you guys had called up at Miskatonic, who was like Mr. Know-It-All whenever it came to the occult stuff. He was actually from Australia, but had a temporary residency kind of a thing over here at Miskatonic, where he was serving for a couple years. Anyway, he identified a lot of the items that you guys found that none of you had the knowledge or to take care of, or to figure anything out about. Some stuff was even beyond his capability to know entirely what it did. So on the website, on Obsidian Portal, I went in today and I filled in a whole bunch of things regarding clues and the items that were obtained from the Juju House, NPCs, the London setting. So be sure and read up on London on Obsidian Portal so you know what to expect as you head into the city of London. I think that catches us up pretty much on the things that you missed out on, Charles. Spent about 12 days in the U.S. Before you shipped out, so about 20 days has passed since the events of the Juju House. And I fast forwarded the calendar. We'll resume at that particular date once you guys hit land. So right now you're in the process of sailing over. I wanted to use this scene here for kind of like a starting over, getting to know each other. Want the group to be on a cohesive accord here as you move forward into the events of London, because from here on out, things are not going to be so nice. Not that New York was necessarily that kind to you there at the very end. They will even get nastier as you move forward. One of the nasty things is that I was able to fix the quirk of you guys getting double hit points with the pulp option enabled in this rule set, and I was able to reset your hit points back down to what they are supposed to be, and you will note that you have less hit points, so take care of those wisely.
I thought when you leveled up, you're supposed to get more hit points.
No, not in this game. This is not a hit point lottery. Skills are the things that make you more powerful, not hit points. Speaking of skills, during the time that you have during your travels, all of you guys rested, you reflected on what you were able um, to achieve during your time in New York City, things that you had learned. You had opportunity to increase your skills. Alonzo, I think you left before we actually did that. Were there any skills that you actually got to check mark off because you succeeded at them in that last session?
Blackjack. I think.
Okay, go ahead and roll that
That
skill.
was-
You want to fail
Okay.
it to see if you increase it.
No. No,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, you did fail.
Oh, I did fail it. Okay.
Yes, so you get to roll 1d10.
Okay.
Nice. Okay,
Nice.
so you're going to go into your skills tab and you're going to enable the editing on your skill, and you're going to go down to your fighting brawl skill,
Mm-hmm.
and you are going to put 10 points into that in the spent column.
In the spent. Oh. So I just add 10 points into the spent column there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So then that should give you a total of 13 in the spent column.
Wait a minute. I have 46 in the spent column. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay.
Okay. So that brings you up to a total of 52 in your brawl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you can close that editing screen for right now. And now this will apply for Alonzo specifically, because you are suffering from your temporary insanity. We need to determine whether or not that is going to be resolved by the time you get back to London. So,
Okay.
I don't think anyone in the group has any significant psychoanalysis to help you out, do they?
Not sure I want
You
these
don't look so good.
don't want these people psychoanalyzing me.
You notice
You
that
know.
ever since being in the basement, that that Alonzo is exhibiting this weird quirk that he almost likes to be scared. Like if someone walks into the room and comes up and they scare him, he's surprised, then it's almost like he gets joy from it instead of um, being fearful or anything like that. Yeah.
Irene, you have the touch of a dominatrix about you, don't you?
So is that you going for a leg danger insanity?
So now one of the things that you can do to help yourself heal is, and this applies to all of you, since there's no one with any significant psychotherapy who can help people out, a way for you to increase sanity points during a travel situation like this is to conduct some self-help. And so an investigator may choose to spend time with one entry listed in their backstory which could act as a form of psychological support. Clearly
Okay.
this does not include another form, wait a minute, this does not include a phobias, manias, wounds, or anything to do with Cthulhu mythos. The player should go into some detail about what the investigator does to seek healing or redemption. The action should be thematically appropriate to their backstory. Perhaps the investigator is going on a religious retreat or a holiday with a loved one, blah, 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 blah. That's why you guys have those important things. So perhaps maybe Alonzo, he's sitting there alone in his room, he's holding his father's knife, and he's thinking about those lessons that his father gave him whenever he was a child. You know, that's the only thing that you really have nearby that you can reach out to for comforting, is that treasured possession. And so, and like I said, this does apply to everyone. So one by one, I'm going to go down the list. Alonzo, what, if anything, are you seeking comfort in during this trip?
Just looking at my dad's old pocket knife, remembering fishing with him.
Okay.
Taking me out.
And give me a sanity roll.
Okay, let's see here. Just under the wire.
The roll is successful, and so you wind up gaining 1d6 sanity points.
Hey.
Go ahead and, no, this does not count as a tick box. This is actually an improvement roll.
Hey, rolling well tonight.
Okay, so you can go ahead and role play out exactly how looking at your pocket knife helped you out and regained your sanity.
My dad gave me this knife. He always, first thing he told me is be careful with it. It's not a toy, it's a tool. Use it wisely. Don't ever hurt myself with it. Be cautious. He was a very cautious man.
Okay. So, one of the options for recovering from indefinite insanity at the Keeper's discretion, indefinite insanity lasts until the next investigator development phase, which is what we are at. And so, because we're at a development phase, I'm going to say that the trip has been so relaxing for you. You've managed to find some new friends here that you've kind of found a connection with. you've had some time to slow down, to think, to relax, and maybe with some of their support and their help, they've managed to get you to overcome this temporary mania that you are suffering from, and you may now delete that mania from your character sheet.
Cool. Hear that, guys? Support and help. No acupuncture.
Okay, now also because everyone else had significant time to roll on skills and improve skills and everything, and you really only had one session in which to make any skill rolls with us, I am going to give you 5 opportunities to increase a skill. And so a skill that you would have used ideally, within the last few weeks or a couple months. This is, so if you've not had opportunity to study surgery or something like that, then obviously I don't want you rolling on that. But something that you would have used within the last couple months. You can pick 5 items. You can roll on those for improvement.
Okay, and am I trying to fail them again?
You are trying to fail them.
Okay, here we go. Fast talk. Of course, I succeed on that one.
You can roll them again too if you want to.
Yes,
you can use them both.
You can roll multiple times.
I'm gonna try stealth here too.
Okay, you failed your stealth.
Okay, failed that. Okay.
Spot, hidden, and library use are 2 really good ones too.
Okay.
Listen's really.
Let's do spot hidden. Oh, Jesus. My library use is actually pretty high already.
Dodge is really good.
Oh yeah, let me try dodge. That's the other one I wanted.
Okay, that's 4. And that one was a fail. So 1 more skill.
1 more. Let me try dodge again. Oh, can I improve it twice?
And since you have already succeeded, we're going to pass on to a different one.
Okay. Let's see. So I succeeded at. I'm gonna improve my.
You're going to improve dodge, and you're going to improve.
Was it stealth or spot hidden?
It was
Stealth.
Stealth.
Yeah, I thought it was stealth. Okay. Let's try psychology then for my last roll.
Okay.
I never roll this well.
So first off, give me a D10 for your stealth.
Oops. Hold on a second. Just type.
Okay, so again, you'll go into edit mode on your skills, and you'll add 4 to the existing 10 that you have there in the spent column.
Okay.
And then for your dodge, roll another D10.
Okay.
And so you'll add 3 points to your dodge skill, which is currently
7.
7. Yep. So that'll make that 10 points in spent.
Okay. Cool. All set. Well, the spent was 10. Is 10.
I'm not seeing an update on my end.
You check again. Yeah, definitely put it in there.
Okay. Let me just see if maybe I have to refresh. You put that in dodge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dodge and stealth.
Yeah, it's still showing 7 for me. Alright. And your stealth is up to 14. Alright. So usually that happens like instantaneously. Alright, did that make any changes to your character sheet? Because I just changed it on my end. Now your skill is up to 45 for me.
Yeah, I think it was only 42 before.
Yeah, it's 42, and then I added the 3.
Right. Okay.
So it's 45 now. So I'm wondering where those 3 points that you...
I don't know. Yeah, because it definitely says 10 in points spent for dodge.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, it's updated now.
Cool.
Alright, so that puts you up to on par with everyone else as of this current time frame. Now, for this adventure, in between scenes, during travel from one place to another, it gives you opportunities for training. For the purpose of this campaign, at the option of the Keeper, 1 skill might be learned or increased per investigator at the conclusion of a peaceful rest period of ocean travel of no less than 14 days. Such increase are in addition to any gained skill via checks during the development phase. Class travel, where tutors are often employed, blah blah blah. To increase a current skill, or to learn a new skill, you must succeed at a power roll, which exemplifies the dedication and willpower of the character in devoting time to learning rather than sunbathing, carousing in the bar, relaxing, and so on. Obviously, any serious distraction means the chance to improve is lost. So what you can do is you can increase a current skill, or you can learn a new skill. And what constitutes the difference between a new skill versus a current skill is whether or not you have anything above and beyond the base value in it.
Anything above and beyond the base value.
Right, so if you have any points dedicated to it, whether it was during character creation or upgrades or anything else, then it is not considered a new skill.
Okay.
A new skill would be something that you don't have any points put into at all.
Okay.
And so, so you can do one or the other. You can either increase a new skill, or you can increase something that you already know. And so what I want to do first, we're going to start down the list. We're going to start with Alonzo. Alonzo, what do you want to do? Do you want to increase a current skill or learn a new skill?
I would like to increase a current skill, my sleight of hand.
Okay. You can increase 2 current skills. Then 2 skills may be improved per journey. So I need
Okay.
you to give me 2 power rolls for each of the skills that you're going to increase. So one would be sleight of hand. Now these need to be things that you can actually practice and work on while you are doing this, though. So it's not something. So
not like spot hidden. Can't practice that.
I mean, you could like go around like trying to. You could play hide and seek with Charles or something.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
You could you could try to spot things out on the ocean. Yeah, a whale, or something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Some sort of justification. Some examples that it gives are skeet shooting from the stern. You could learn.
Ugh.
You could practice firearms. You could take fencing lessons. You could do daily gymnastics practice to increase your climb, dodge, or jump. You could do daily swimming practice. You could have education classes to increase. You could have a book that you're studying. To increase any kind of a knowledge, education related kind of a thing. So as long as you have some sort of justification on how you would be practicing that during your voyage.
Okay. So I'm gonna
Do people give him a hard time at all for being mixed race? Like openly?
No idea.
He may get some odd looks. To what degree are you mixed, Alonzo? I mean, do you look more Asian or do you look more white?
Probably to most white people, I would probably look Asian.
That's
to Asian people, I probably don't look Asian.
Right. That's how your picture looks to me, and so that's how I kind of viewed you. And so from some of the people on the trip, it's not like they're outright making rude comments to your face, but people do seem to kind of avoid him a little bit. Some of your more snooty upper class kind of Brits.
Definitely.
On the ship, would be kind of avoiding him, but they would be way too proper to call him names or something like that.
No, but they might mistake me for a servant, crew member.
Yes, very much. And so you may get a few remarks like that, about my
refill
good
my
boy,
glass,
my
old boy.
good boy, please bring me a new, sherry or something like that. And then you
can you teach me kung fu?
And then of course, Alonzo would have to go off on him about how he doesn't know kung fu and. All right, so go ahead and give me your 2 skills that you're going to improve and your justification for how you're practicing those on the journey. And while he's doing that, everyone else, you can either practice 2 skills that you already know, or you can learn 1 new skill. And kind of have in mind what you're wanting to do as Alonzo is giving his explanation.
So if I were fencing on board, what skill would that improve? Would that fighting?
Yes, fighting with a sword.
Okay, but I don't have a sword. So.
You don't have a sword.
Not sure what good that would do.
You can do knife fighting.
I do have a knife. Besides my pocket knife, I've got a switchblade.
So you could potentially, do some knife fighting practice with maybe someone like Charles or Irene. Both.
Yeah, let's have a knife fight on the brawl. Did you say that knife fighting was under brawl though because of the length?
I think it is. Yes.
Yeah, because
and if you already made your slapjack or happy whacker or whatever it is, then I think you can't do it.
Happy slapper. It's a melee weapon, touch. A small knife, switchblade. I also have a shuriken. Or just a couple shurikens.
So you could practice that if you wanted to. You could have
Sure, why
a side of the ship, in your room or something like that. That you put something up and you're, throwing your shuriken, doing some target practice with it, because you think,
Yeah, I'll do that.
hey, I'm coming to London. I may have a need to defend myself.
Okay. I'll do that first. So I do a power roll for that.
Power roll. And you just get too distracted. You throw it a little bit. You keep getting sidetracked. You can't you can't really stay focused on.
Sorry, Irene.
On practicing that. And so, what other skill were you wanting to improve?
Spot hidden.
Okay.
Actually, no. Let me do sleight of hand.
Okay, and how are you going to be practicing that?
I brought a deck of cards along with me, so I'm gonna
do some card
practice
tricks.
my card tricks, some fancy shuffling, just
Okay.
to amuse myself.
Okay, very good. Good explanation there. And again, you just cannot stay focused enough. Too many things running through your mind, whether it's, recovering from your psychosis, or if it's that damn Brit that just asked you to teach him Kung Fu, or whatever it was. It's just,
Playing 52 pickup instead.
Too many things are distracting you. You just can't, learn anything significant from it.
Okay.
Okay, next in line, Charles.
I'd like to learn Kung Fu. No, I'm kidding. I'd like to do Cthulhu. That would be great, but no one can teach me. There's one Asian guy on the ship, and he doesn't know it. I think Cthulhu Mythos, I have a 0 in that, and I'm obviously we're getting pretty deep into this, so I want to learn more on that.
What would you be
Isn't
studying?
that going to make you insane?
What's that?
What would you be studying in order to learn Cthulhu Mythos?
I'd be talking to Chappie and talking to Kansas. Oh, you don't want to learn Mythos. Okay, you don't want to learn that. Maybe a cult then.
I think he's being facetious about that. I mean, it could definitely be useful, but he's saying that it can screw with your mind if you learn that.
What's the difference between the mythos and occult?
So the occult is just knowing about general occult related type of stuff. Mythos is knowing specifically about the Cthulhu mythos. And so it's a very fine distinction, but a distinction nonetheless.
I thought the more mythos you knew, the more sanity points you lost.
You do, yes.
Oh, okay.
Alright, well, how about we do occult?
Okay, so you're going to just learn about general occult stuff.
Yeah, that should be easy enough to talk to them about.
Okay. And go ahead and give me your power roll on that.
Alright, we want to make the power roll?
You want to succeed. Yeah, this symbolizes you being able to stay focused. And you cannot stay focused. You are like squirrel, dolphin, whale.
Kung Fu.
I'm spotting a hidden. Yeah, I keep thinking about Kung Fu now. The ship is rocking. I'm like, this would be perfect.
I think you secretly have a crush on me.
Okay,
You're kind of feminine.
What's your second skill?
I'm gonna see if Barney will teach me some rifle or shotgun. Seems like a good place to learn.
Okay, so you're going to throw some clays off the stern of the ship and shoot the shotgun a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, Barney. I know we were talking about trading some expertise, maybe pistol for the long rifle or something. I think now would be a good time. How do you feel about that? Okay, yeah, that sounds good. We'll just go check and make sure the captain don't care about us shooting off the back of the ship.
Oh, this is like a normal pastime. I mean, they're actually offering You know, you go
Oh
up there,
yeah.
you pay for some clays, and you know, they even have like a loaner shotgun, you know, that you can use, and you just have to buy the ammo and the clays, and
That's cool.
I know this
We
is
actually
like,
did that in the Navy.
yeah, this is like a normal pastime for the people on the ship. I mean, you don't have to get permission at all. They're actually groups of people out here doing this from time to time.
Yeah, we still do that in the Navy. Still, when I was in, we would put like some kind of flotation with targets on it and put it out on a rope, and people would shoot off the back. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
So go ahead and give me a power roll for that.
So this, I've already committed to that, but so this would be good for something that like you have a high skill in, because you doing a power roll as opposed to your
Right.
actual skill.
Right.
So just for anyone else doing it.
Yeah. Yes, purely a power roll.
Power success.
Okay. So you succeed. So you are going to increase that skill by 1d4 points. That was something you already knew,
Nice.
right?
Yeah, I had a 29 in it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so
Would
you're
it have
gonna,
been different if I didn't have skill in it at all?
yeah, but you can only learn one new skill. It's one or
Sure.
you can either learn 2 existing skills or you can learn 1 new skill.
Okay, well, I'd forward that. That's all I got. Hey Bonnie, yeah, this makes sense. It ain't too different. One thing, when you're shooting a pistol though, you don't have that long rifle stand. Your stance is a little bit better like this.
Okay, so you increased your firearms, and you had how many points in it to start with?
I've had it go. I've got 29 in it now. No, I'm not on handgun. Wrong one. No, my handgun's high. My rifle's not high.
Right,
So
so,
I have 29 in it right now. So I'll have 4 more.
okay. Yeah, so go ahead and put those 4 points in there. That'll give you a total of 8 in the spent column. There we go. I can see it changing. Alright, lock that down. And you are done. Okay, next in line, Barney. You want to learn something new or increase 2 current skills? Okay, what 2 current skills are you wanting to increase? And what is your justification? If it's a new skill, it is a 1d10 plus 1.
Should do that.
So you learn a smaller amount, but you get to potentially increase 2 of them. And then the new skill is a larger amount, but there's just 1. Rifle and pistol, shooting off the side of the boat at targets, that is perfectly viable. So for the first one, give me a power roll for your rifle.
Would he get a bonus if someone's assisting him with a higher skill or no?
Nah.
Okay.
This is just strictly him putting forth the effort and staying focused and able to glean something new from it. No, cannot improve the same skill twice. Has to be 2 different things. Okay, you succeeded. So you're going to increase your rifle 1d4. So that's 1 point increase to your rifle. And a success for your pistol. Big roller, big roller. Alright, so you increase your handguns and you increase your rifle shotgun by 1 each. Be sure and record those on your character sheet. And next up will be Kansas. Kansas, what are you going to do? Brawl and whip. Okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. And so give me a power roll for your brawl to start with. Failed. Alright, now for your whip. And you failed that one. You just weren't able to stay focused enough to too many distractions, too many hot bods, you know, walking around, too many dames. Now, so it's not that he failed at doing it, it's just that he wasn't able to spend enough time to learn something useful from it. He may have still gone out and he may have still practiced, but he just didn't practice enough for it to really sink in to a point to where he got any better. Too many distractions, too many things on his mind. Alright, and then last but not least, Irene. What are you going to improve?
Hopefully her manners.
Okay, that's a good explanation there. Very nice. 3 points in your acting. You got a 62 in that now. Very respectable. Alright, and your second skill?
Pharmacy.
If she gets in fist fights, that means she did something wrong. Alright, and what is your method of increasing your sleight of hand? Are you kind of following along with Alonzo and playing with your deck of cards, you know, doing card tricks, sleight of hand tricks, or Okay, so now we know why Alonzo couldn't learn anything, because Irene kept stealing his deck of cards.
Yeah, she started off by stealing them.
She was pickpocketing them. She used her sleight of hand.
Her feminine charm.
Okay, you succeeded that one. And
I was
you
gonna say,
increase
she
it.
must have had my cards for a long time.
Or she was just able to focus more, because not as many people were wanting her to teach them kung fu. Alright, increase sleight of hand by 2 points, and that is it for training. Now, if everyone will remind me whenever Chappie joins us next time, he will follow the same suit as Alonzo. We'll need to address that with him. Now, last but not least, because this has been a nice, relaxing journey, no stress, nothing to worry about, everyone just flat out gains 1d3 sanity points.
Cool.
Yeah, you can't go above max. So if you're already at max, don't even bother. Oh yeah, you have time to look at the book. Now, it was going to take 6 weeks to read the book in its entirety. It's been 20 days from the time that you leave, so not enough time to actually get through the whole book. Oh, that's right. Yes, you couldn't really get it because of the Old English.
One more question, G. So you said I basically got into the X-Files. Well, I mean, you said it was the case M or something like that. Did they give me any kind of credentials or put anything on my badge, or is it basically
No,
hush hush?
it's just kind of like a hush hush thing. I mean, it's kind of like a special division that they're, because the FBI is mostly, involved in prohibition at this point. There's a few other things that they're kind of involved in, but the occult is not really a large thing on the radar. The supernatural, the weird, unexpected, and so kind of envision that you're kind of like Mulder. You've got a singular office with stacks of papers, and you are basically the sole person who has been assigned to this division that you're aware of. You don't know of anyone else who you're working with who is looking into this sort of stuff. And so they have basically given you permission to look into these threats that might be endangering the good citizens of the United States. Now, of course, this does not give you any kind of official jurisdiction or any official authority in working overseas. You are still strictly an FBI agent. However, you could go on a sabbatical, go on vacation. You could look into things that may be occurring abroad and leading up to some sort of a domestic threat.
I'm guessing they would deny your existence if it ever came up.
Not his existence, but basically that he wasn't working within an official.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, just that he wasn't on any kind of an official work. So don't go, trying to do anything illegal in a foreign country, because you're not going to get any backup from the FBI because they have no jurisdiction, no authority.
So, Barney, Irene, tell me about this whole no guns thing. That's I don't get. Like nobody's got guns. Yeah, I guess that's true. We'd all have British accents if we didn't have guns. Hey, I don't mind being a barbarian. That's all right. I like my accent.
So Barney and Irene can give everyone who is not familiar with English law the quick rundown on what is going to be expected of you over there. And what I wrote on Obsidian Portal is basically public knowledge. That's if there's something that you want to try to get away with, though, there are rules that I did not post that we can address should you choose not to abide by those regulations that have been laid out before you. Now, one last thing, I want everyone to give me a 2d10 roll. Just roll 2d10. Not a d100, just 2d10.
I have a magic mouse, so I'm gonna roll a d10 twice. I can't right click and hold left.
You can also type in /die 2d10, and
I'll just do that.
It would roll it also.
3 and a 5.
3 and a 5 would be 8.
8.
Yeah.
I got that much.
Okay, so what that is that is how many luck points you gain during the 20 days of your journey. Maybe you used some, maybe you got some, but all in all, for the entirety of the trip, you had a net increase in luck because it wasn't a very dangerous situation. Alright, so now, as far as firearms, handling the issues with firearms, let me open up to that section where we specifically address that. Firearms in the UK. Okay, so who is not wanting to follow regulation? You guys are getting close to the end of your journey. The ship is being ferried into dock, and you know that you're going to be disembarking soon. Oh, a silencer question? I did not see anything about a suppressor. Let me scroll up. I would say that it would be very difficult to try to get a hold of a suppressor in the normal citizenry on the normal market. That would be like a black ops, spy, covert kind of a thing. I don't think suppressors were all that common. Yeah, like I said, they were around, but they would have been dedicated to black market or covert related government agency kind of stuff.
Teddy Roosevelt used them.
Nice. I think it was the other Roosevelt, FDR, who had a lot of influence with the upcoming FBI. Alright, so Irene is a journalist. Irene, have you... I know that you came clean with Charles, that Charles knows more in character than everyone else does about yourself. Does anyone else other than Charles know that you're about your journalism?
I do not.
Totally called her out in front of everybody. I did already. We were at. I said it at the. Yeah, I didn't do any specifics. No, I said you're a spy. Didn't I say you're a spy? Everyone was calling me out, so I'm like, you're a fucking.
I thought you were just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been just very well taken away as a joke or a colloquialism, you know, because people would joke about, oh, you're just a damn spy, or something like that, Okay, so Alonzo, as far as Alonzo is concerned in character, you think that Irene is a journalist.
As far as I know.
That is
kind of crazy.
That is what
she
is exuding, her cover, and so she is putting off airs of journalism.
And I have definitely spent the least amount of time around her of all of them.
Okay, but however, even though Irene is a journalist, she is somehow connected where she mentions to some of the others where she might be able to get their weapons past customs. Now, what happens after that is entirely up to the local law enforcement. But your immediate concern is what happens whenever you pass through customs.
Do we have any idea how strict customs would have been back then?
Okay, so I am going to give you the straight up mechanics of it. I try to avoid that when possible, but just to make it clear, things that you could potentially do is you could try to persuade someone that you are strictly just passing through on your way to Africa to go to a hunting trip or something like that. That would be sensible for something like a rifle. A pistol, I don't really quite think so. So, don't even think about it as far as pistols are concerned. Someone with a high enough credit rating or social position could potentially try to buy their way through, or then let's see. So
Kill buffaloes with anal smuggling?
So what will happen is that if you want to try to go through customs, then I will call for a roll to see whether or not the customs officer stops you or not. And then you will have to handle that as you see fit. But there is a potential that the customs officer could just completely overlook you.
I don't have a gun, so it's not a problem for me.
Yeah, it's not going to be a problem for Alonzo. We're mostly talking about Charles and Kansas.
Nobody's going to question my sock full of ball bearings.
I'd like to point out that Kansas has a very, very large hat that makes him stand.
Apparently, Irene has a very large anus.
She has other places that she can hide.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm going to.
All right, so Charles, are you smuggling your firearm in?
Yeah, I've got the two holsters under my jacket, so I'm just gonna walk in normal.
Okay, and
I wonder too if it would give me a bonus if I wear my badge on the outside.
maybe if someone didn't look at it very closely.
Okay, I'm gonna put my badge like hanging from my belt where it's you can see it's shining,
Okay.
but not like holding it up like Wayne's World or whatever.
Okay. All right, in Kansas, how about you? What are you taking any special precautions as you come into port? Okay. And Kansas just had the 145, right? Okay. So, everyone, as you're going through customs, give me a luck check. Charles, you get a bonus to your luck check because you're wearing your badge, and so they might have a tendency to just kind of overlook you.
So wait, how's the luck check work? What do you roll?
You just roll luck, straight up.
Okay. That didn't go well.
Okay. Even with the bonus die.
I don't have much luck. I spent it all.
Strip search.
I do want you to roll because we're gonna role play out the scene regardless, and
Sure.
and how you handle that. Okay, Irene does not get stopped. She just looks so demure and pretty, and there's no way that she could be smuggling anything in. She just has that proper Brit female look about her. However, Barney, even though he's oh wait a minute, Barney got a success also. So the only people who failed was Kansas and Charles. And how about Alonzo? Alonzo, give me a luck roll and give me a penalty die, Alonzo.
Even though I don't have a firearm?
Even though you don't have a firearm.
Oh, man. Let's see here.
Exactly. Customs is racist.
How do I do a penalty die?
So you're going to hit plus 1p down at the bottom left.
Okay.
And then you're just going to hit your...
My luck.
Your luck. Okay. So Alonzo, Charles, and Kansas all get stopped. Okay, we're going to start at the first of the order. Alonzo is walking up, and Customs says, "Hey, need you to stop there. What are you bringing? Declare your items."
Just my bags, officer, and I got a couple of trinkets that I brought along here.
Yeah.
A couple
What kind of trinkets are you bringing?
These silver stars. Picked them up from Texas.
Those
Little.
what are those for? They look kind of sharp.
Sharp. Oh, well, they're stars. They got points on them. They're back the cowboys. They wore the sheriffs wore stars.
And so why do you need those? Are you a sheriff?
No, I was just I've been traveling around.
So you're impersonating a law officer by carrying their stars?
No, sir. No, sir. I just, they're souvenirs.
Give me a skill roll. It's either persuade, charm, or fast talk.
Fast talk. Oh, come on. Jesus. Man.
Okay, you can push it, or you can spend luck. But he does not look like he is buying your story. And
I'm gonna push it. I just roll again.
You roll again, but however,
something bad's gonna happen.
If you fail a second time on a push, then something very bad happens.
I'm gonna do it anyway. Woohoo!
That was ballsy.
Well, my fast talk is pretty high.
All right, so the customs agent, he's not looking like he's buying your story at first, and you kind of amp up your story a little bit, almost to the point of incredibility, but for some reason he seems to buy it, and he's like, sure, okay, yeah, move along, and so the next person in line, he lets Barney on through. Barney's a nice, proper-looking British Cit, and he stops Charles next. Says, "Hold up there, Yank. What you got in the bags?"
Well, out of character, they're actually guns are in my whatever, like the armpit straps. I don't know what those are called.
Right. You're in their shoulder holster.
Yep, and those. I say, just my clothes, officer.
Yeah, we know you cowboys from over there in the U.S. You like to bring things over here that don't belong.
Well, here, go ahead and look through my bags. I got nothing to hide. Gonna try to persuade him.
You can try to persuade him.
Remind him of the war.
Oh man.
All right.
Jeez.
You want to take that luck all the way down to 1, or do you want to? Or do you want to
no, I want to try to switch gears while he's digging through that. I want to try to talk to him again. But I don't want to do it for the. I don't know how this works.
You can't choose a different skill. And so
You can't
so
switch
that
it.
was
So basically, I'm gonna get arrested if I fail this roll. I got a
he's
57, so I almost have like a 50%.
not necessarily arrested, but it's going to amp up the scene a little bit, perhaps.
All right. Well, I mean, what's role playing for if you don't take chances?
Okay.
So I'm going to talk to him while he's digging. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're talking to him. You try to persuade him, that you don't have anything. That you're not like all the rest of the Yanks um, who try to bring stuff over that they not supposed to have. And you try to persuade him. You hold out his bags and you're like, here, go ahead, look. He's like, yeah, right. Like if you're carrying something that's just gonna be in your bags, let me check your jacket too. And then he's gonna come over. He's gonna pull your jacket open, and he's gonna see your firearms in your shoulder holsters.
All right. I'm gonna try to push it. I'm gonna say, hey, officer, before you make a scene, I just want to let you know, I'm a special agent. Well, I'm on we're on a special investigation here, and we're just gonna be passing through. I'm not trying to stay, but we got to get to where we're going. Lives depend on.
You have a hot tip on Jack the Ripper.
I'm trying to be honest so I can use persuade. I'm not trying to fast talk him because it sucks.
Who's your authority coming from?
It's a special government council directly reports to the president. It's called the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It's a pretty new organization, but it reports directly to the president himself. I believe you guys have some organizations like that here in your country as well. We're really trying to model ourselves after it.
We don't have a president. We have the Queen.
Oh yeah, of course. But I meant a government agency that protects the people on special assignments, much like yourself.
Scotland Yard.
Yeah, something it's like that. It does a lot with fugitives and people that try to escape the country. We try to bring them back.
Is it King Philip in the early 1900s? Is that who's on the throne?
It was George.
George V. Okay. Anyway, we have a king. Okay, so back up.
Of course, King George. I was informed on my briefing.
God save our king.
All right, so you're gonna try and push it, then?
Yep. All right. Nice knowing you guys. You ready? You can't do luck on a push, right?
You cannot do luck on it. It's one or the other.
Jeez.
That's awesome.
I needed
it's like a power score.
Yeah, you needed some tense music playing on that one.
I'm like, how about I give you a hand job? We'll just call this.
All right, so you manage to, as he's pulling open your jacket, you kind of show the badge there on your jacket. You're like, hey, I'm with the FBI. We report to the president. He sent me here on a special mission to try and track down a killer. I'm only going to be in town for a couple days, and he looks like he's buying your story. And he kind of releases your jacket and kind of closes it back up again, and he like kind of looks around a little bit, and he's like, sorry, I hope I didn't blow your cover. Just make sure that you stay out of trouble.
We're lucky we got the stupid officer.
Barney, Mr. Fife, I appreciate that. That you understand our situation. Believe me, I want to cut this cancer not only out of my country but yours as well. We don't need rabble like that going around causing trouble for good people.
And he lets you on past, and then lets Irene go by. He kind of takes a double look at Irene as she passes by, and he's a little bit distracted by her nice tush as she's walking by, And then he like holds out a hand to stop Kansas. And he's like, "Oh, hold it up there, cowboy." What do you have to declare? Are you wearing your bullwhip? Okay. You said you usually wear it, so I wasn't sure. Anyway. I'm gonna have to take a look at your things, make sure that you don't have any contraband. Yeah, he never leaves home without it. He always has his hat. Is your hat your signature item? Because if it's not, it really should be. I think that'd be cool for you to make it your signature item. Oh, by the way, you guys can change your personal things during downtimes in between during journey segments. And so if there's something that has changed in your character background that you want to have a new important something or other, something has developed during your time in New York that has warranted you changing it to something else, then feel free to change it with some sort of a relevant story to go with it. And so it would be a good opportunity for Kansas to change that over to his hat if he wants to. Okay, so anyway, the security, the customs officer says, that he's going to have to take a look in your bags, and he starts, looking in your bags, and he pulls out, your spurs, and he pulls out your, I'm just joking, you don't have any spurs. He pulls out your he pulls out your bullwhip, and he's like, he kind of like gives you a look, and
I was waiting for that.
Aren't all chaps assless? I mean, only if you wear jeans underneath them. Because chaps don't cover the butt, so. Yes, I did live in Texas for about 12 years. So. For a fact, no. Only two things come from Texas. And anyway, so he kind of like picks up your whip. He pulls that out of the bag, and he kind of gives you a strange look, and he's kind of rummaging around a little bit more, looking for any kind of contraband, and says, "So, what's this for?" It seems like he's just making conversation with you. It's not like it's a contraband item or anything like that. But he's more just out of curiosity. He's wanting to know why you have a whip in your bags.
I wind up off the beaten path.
Except for that guy who's on special assignment, he didn't have a whip. he seems to believe your story, Kansas, and not finding anything in your bags with it's any kind of contraband because you wisely gave your gun to Irene. Then he continues to let you on by. And with that taken care of, everyone all makes it through customs. Now what you do to get yourselves into trouble from this point on is entirely on you. So, you are now in London. You have exited the docks, exited customs, and you are in the city streets ready to hail your first carriage or a trolley, to get on a tram, whatever it be. And Barney was.
I'm gonna have to sign off now. Okay, sorry about that.
All right,
but I gotta get some sleep tonight.
I hope you get feeling better. We will.
Thank you.
I think we're going to just kind of find a place to settle down and kind of get some rest. It is getting close to the afternoon of the current game day, and so we're just going to kind of take care of what lodging is going to be and all that kind of stuff. And then I think we'll probably cut out early so you don't miss too much, and let Chappie catch up with us next time as well.
Okay, sounds good. Good night, guys. Thanks.
Take care.
So, Barney, I know we're not all as high class as you and all. Maybe you should give us some tips before, we get around your friends or make you look bad. Irene, can you get me one of those silences?
Now, a gun does need to be specially outfitted to accept a silencer, so it will take a little bit of blacksmithing work. Or gunsmithing, I mean. Some gunsmithing work to actually outfit your pistol to accept a silencer or a suppressor, should you even be able to get one.
Yeah, Irene, if you think you got a shot at getting a suppressor, you can just take one of these with you, but I don't want to, put you in a bad spot or nothing. I just figured as much trouble as we've been running into, anything we could do quietly would be a big help, But I really don't want to go start shooting people, but, maybe some of those vampires or dead people or whatever. I'm doubting your government would have an agency looking into stuff like this if they didn't know what was out there. Hey, just why don't you take one of them with you, and then you guys are so sensitive. I guess I found your weakness.
In some regards, your paranoia or your concern, depending on how you wish to view it, is somewhat justified considering what you just dealt with in New York. However, you don't really have any reason outright to believe that there's any kind of imminent danger here in London. You know, you have a few contacts that you need to talk to. You need to kind of find out what the Carlisle expedition was up to while they were here in London, and so it's not like there's danger lurking right around the corner as you head to the house. So um, you know if your character kind of portrays it as being that way, then they may be considered just a little bit uptight. Plus, you got the Bobbies to protect you. Okay, so, Charles, were you handing off one of your guns to Irene to
If she's
try
willing.
to try to get traded out for a different model or something? Or I mean, are you specifically wanting, if you had the choice of getting, like, say, a Walther PPK equivalent type of a gun with a suppressor on it versus a 45 that has no suppressor, would you be willing to give up your 45?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that.
Okay. And then, from a personal introspective viewpoint on Irene, what does Irene actually feel about this? I mean, she's a spy, dedicated to her country, but yet she is knowingly bringing foreigners into her country, armed, and, what is her perspective on this? Okay. And that is a fair enough assessment. Barney, how about you? I mean, this is your home country. You know, you're a nice, proper, upstanding, you know, British gent, and you know, you're gonna have these Yanks running around with guns and everything. How do you view this? Alright, so Irene heads off with Kansas's firearm and one of Charles's firearms tucked into her bags, and she heads off to her destination to go check in and take care of whatever needs to be done as she reports in here. See what Q has to offer her. And Barney, on the other hand, is going to let her know that they're going to head over to his townhouse, or his family's townhouse, and that she'll be able to join up with them there. Now, here in the city, it's not so much an estate. His family estate is in northern England. I think that's what you told me, right, Barney? And here in England, or here in London, he pretty much just has his family townhouse. And so he lets you know the address of his townhouse as if you wouldn't have been able to find it anyway, Irene. And then he and the others quickly acquire transportation and head over to the townhouse while Irene runs off and checks in with her agency. Barney, you have the scene. This is your property. It's your role playing to determine what happens here. So go ahead and describe to us what we find whenever we get to the Covington townhouse. And Irene, also, this is your personal character journey as well. So while Barney is laying out the scene for us and what we find out at his townhouse, you can also determine what happens whenever. And if you want to write out something in a journal, I'm fine with that also. Or you can just state here, anything meaningful that you want to share with me that happens as you check in with your agency. Barney, I want you to give me a luck roll with 2 bonus dice. Oh my goodness. Alright, Barney. As luck would have it, whenever you arrive, annoying ass Cousin Jared is there. Oh, you hate Cousin Jared. But every now and then, he comes into town, and because your dad is a nice uncle, like he is, he lets Jared stay here. Jared has a tendency to party it up a little bit when he's in town. However, not so much to the point as to make himself unwelcome and to get kicked out of the house, but enough to the point where he's going to be in your way. He's gonna be nosy. He's gonna be looking into what your friends are, who your friends are, what they're doing. Eyes are gonna be on you, and you never know who else he might invite over here. This is gonna be a bit of a problem for you, Barney. And so as you come up to the townhouse, and you walk up to the door, and you pull out the key, and you unlock it. You hear a noise inside, and you open up the door, and you see Jared. Like, cousin, what are you doing here? you notice that Jared is kind of scantily clad. He pretty much just has his knickers on, and that's about it. Some chaps. he has his knickers on, and and that's about it. He doesn't have a shirt on or anything else. Give me a listen check. And you're not sure why he's dressed like this in the middle of the afternoon. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and update the calendar. So, it is now, since we are in London, it is February the 10th, which happens to be on a Tuesday, and it is 5 p.m., we'll say. He has an expression on his face that is one almost kind of a look of shock and embarrassment, but you can't really quite read it or determine why. Fortunately, Irene isn't here with you, and it's just Kansas and Charles and Alonzo. We'll say that Chappie got held up in customs. He had some books that were rather nefarious, and the customs officers were having some issues with some of his books. and so Chappie got held up in customs, but he knows where he's. The plans were already made to come to your estate. You gave him the address, and he planned on meeting you here. So for right now, it's just Charles, Barney, and Alonzo, and Kansas. A cousin, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be here. Do you mind giving me a moment, please, while I fix myself up? I hate to be unpresentable for your guests. Oh, so you called the family car to come pick you up? You didn't catch a carriage or anything? Okay. Charles, Kansas, give me some listen checks with a penalty die, because you're kind of more outside and you're not right up at the doorway. Okay, yeah. You guys can hear a male voice in there talking. You just barely catch a glimpse of a relatively young lad, probably in his mid-20s or so, only in his knickers, and here in the middle of the afternoon, and the tone of his voice kind of sounds a bit shocked and surprised, and then Barney, kind of backs up a bit, and he lets you know that you're gonna have to wait, just a moment before going in.
Charles whispers, Irene wasn't kidding.
Yes, Artemis is the valet, or the... wait a minute, are you saying that Artemis is the butler of the house, or Artemis is the cab driver? Or... Who exactly was Artemis again? Okay, the butler. So, Jared says, "Oh, Artemis isn't here. I gave him a few hours off to go run some errands." Yes, the maids also. So Barney, this is definitely sending up some red flags. Why would Jared be sending the maids and the butler, all of them, off for some errands for a few hours? However, if you wish to just let it pass, then you can. Or you can press the issue. Oh, I love Spaceballs. Yes, cousin. I'm very sorry. Now, if you'll please excuse me, I will go clean up. With that, he steps through an archway and out of sight.
Charles leans over to Kansas and says, I wonder if Bonnie's got a sister. Might be able to marry into this one.
You gonna try and keep that quiet, or
Yeah.
and
While he's yelling at his what is it, his cousin?
yeah, his cousin.
Yeah, well, he's just
cousin Jerry.
while he's having that conversation. I mean, better than putting up with leaking roofs and cold winter.
A few moments later, Jared comes back, and he is dressed now in his slacks and his buttoned-up shirt and everything else, wearing his little bow tie. I'm very sorry about that, cousin. You caught me as I was just getting out of the shower. I was getting ready to go out with a friend. Leonard, would you come meet my cousin, please? Another young man in his mid-20s or so. He comes out and has a little bit of a blush to his face, but not anything major, and maybe a little bit embarrassed to be meeting such a proper gentleman such as Barney of the Covington family. Hello, my name's Leonard Devonshire. Nice to meet you, Barnabas. I've heard so much about you. Oh, is that what you think? I mean, it's your scene. You just rolled low on the luck roll. It could just simply be as you said. He was taking a shower and getting cleaned up and ready to leave for an evening out. So Is that what Barney thinks was happening here? Or does Barney think that this was just something that was just exactly as it seems? Or is as it's being explained? And with Barney's statement, Jared cuts in. He says, "Yes, yes, cousin. Yes, we were just getting ready to leave. I'm sorry to have interrupted your arrival at your townhouse. Please, if you don't mind, me and Leonard will be on our way, and we will trouble you no further." You made it pretty clear to him to get a hotel, and that you were going to be here for a while, so you could make a skill roll if you wanted to make sure that you knew that that was clear. Or you could leave it up for interpretation later on. No, the family is all fairly well-to-do. He is not poor and destitute. Definitely has enough money to get a hotel for a few nights. At least the family does, even if he doesn't personally. You know how it is with Brits and old money. You know, all he has to do is just go asking Mum for a few pounds, and she'll give him 10 times that much just to make sure that he doesn't have to do without. Never know. Could be. Yeah, home estate is your one thing, is your meaningful location that can't be messed with. Uncle Jude, who took you on your first hunting trip whenever you were 12, Jared is Uncle Jude's child. Anyway, so Jared and Leonard, they gather themselves up and they head out of the house. And he looks at Alonzo as he's going out, and he says, "Ah, Barney, I see you picked up a new servant while you were over in the Americas." "Oh, I'm sorry, cousin. Whatever is wrong with you that you need a traveling doctor with you?" "You haven't got the clap, have you?" "Oh, yes, I understand. Well, if you don't mind, do have a good evening." And with that, him and Leonard go ahead and grab the taxi that has just dropped you off, and as your bags are finished being emptied out of the trunk, and they take off. And now you have the house all to yourself. However, you notice whenever you go upstairs that the bed is all in a tussle. And you think to yourself, That damn Jared, he never makes the bed whenever he gets up in the morning. Does Barney have his own bed? Or, I mean, I would consider how many bedrooms are in this townhouse. I would consider that maybe there's like maybe 2 master bedrooms and 4 minor rooms or something like that. So yes, this is one of the master bedrooms. No one else was staying here that you're aware of, so it would make sense for the only person staying here to stay in the master bedroom.
He leans back over to Kansas. I hope we get to sheets washed.
Give me a spot hidden roll. Anyone who's in the master bedroom.
Is he giving us the tour?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he wants you to come into the master bedroom.
Are you touring us
with him or not?
He's looking. He's actively looking. Oh yeah. Yeah. Barney, I hope this ain't too forward and nothing, but I'd want to know. You got a little, right there. Yeah, right there. And it looks like a little streak mark over there too.
You do notice that there's some staining. There's some spots on the sheets that
And if you look over there on the wall in the nightstand.
Go ahead and
It was an extreme.
go ahead and take over the narrative and determine what it is that you find with your extreme and regular successes, given the situation that I have set up for you here.
The end of that cigar is wet there too. Don't smoke that one. He probably needs a shower.
And so we will fade scene as you guys unpack and you get settled into your rooms and ready for the evening. And so you can get some rest and prepare to hit the streets and conduct whatever investigations you're wishing to pursue the next morning. And with that, we're going to fade over to Irene. Irene, you get to your agency, to your headquarters, to your office, and give me a description of what transpires. Yeah, that would be perfectly reasonable for you to have been working on some sort of a report to turn in, knowing that you were coming back to London. It also would have been reasonable for you to have wired some occasional reports during that 12 days that you were hanging out in America as well. Yeah, wiring would just be a very brief update. Task in America is wrapping up. Stop. On boat for London in the next week. Stop. Something like that. You killed 2 goblins. She didn't kill both of them. In fact, she didn't even kill any of them. One of them nearly died from frostbite exposure. Hypothermia.
She wanted to kill him. I mean, she was totally gonna kill him.
Okay, so anyway, so you show up at your office, you have your report in hand to turn in. Welcome back, Miss Ward. It's nice to see you. Yes, those damn Yanks. They do not know how to have a proper cup of tea. It's always coffee, coffee, coffee. So I assume that everything from your America trip is in the report? Yes, yes, I'm sure that it will be very good reading. All of your reports are very interesting. Yes, well, you can't really blame them now, can you, Miss Ward? I mean, it is rather outlandish, but let's just hope that you can get to the bottom of this, and that'll be that. But the reports that I've been getting back from Peru, your beliefs seem to have some justification to them. Are you handing that over? Oh, nice. So Irene's gonna become a raiser of the dead. First, though, you have to create the corpse. Oh, yes, Miss Ward, one more thing before you leave. Speaking of obscurity. I'm going to back up here and make one minor quick correction. I want to look at something on Irene Ward's sheet. What is your... Okay, Brice is your real last name. Okay. Leonard, whenever he introduced himself, it was not Devonshire. It was Leonard Brice. So anyway, your reporting supervisor says, speaking of obscurity, there's a small matter with your brother. Yes, I'm afraid he has been rather indiscreet. Oh, it's William? Okay, I didn't see that in your thing. I just saw your brother. Okay, so maybe he is using an alias. Well, we'll just say that. We'll say that he introduced himself as Leonard Devonshire, and we'll just keep it. We'll keep it that way originally. He said his name was Leonard Devonshire. So anyway, as the story unfolds here, he says that your brother's been rather indiscreet. It seems he has been spending some time with young Jared Covington, the nephew of one of our Parliament members. I don't know, you tell me, Irene. Is this new to you, or is this something you've known about? He's your brother, it's your backstory. I'm just twisting it for you. Yeah, it would be perfectly understandable for someone to be in the closet. So, you know, maybe he does have a family. So we're just gonna play with it as you've written in your bio, and this is a new twist. Maybe that's why he's using an alias. You know the strange urges that some young men can get. Sometimes they can get twisted. It would be very harming should a young man such as your brother with a wife and family and everything be found to be involved with a family member of our parliament in such indiscretions. I just bring it up because it's something that you may wish to address. And I will leave it in your hands, Miss Ward. I'm sure that it is well within your capabilities. That will be all, Miss Ward. I believe that Q is looking for you. Or looking forward to you checking in with him. Ah, you brought some Yanks with you. And, I suppose that these Yanks didn't bother to obtain permits to bring their firearms into our good nation? Well then, do you think it's wise that we give such weapons to them then? I think that before she would kill her brother, she would probably kill Jared. Get rid of the temptation, and then his family, he would return back to his family and resume his normal life. That would be very interesting. Except for that he is the only son of his beloved uncle, Jude. So, you know, that would be very difficult for Uncle Jude to lose his only son. Now, they just told you to handle it however you best see fit. That you're well capable of taking care of the situation. No, you didn't find out what happened to it. You kind of left the scene, you told the cops about it. You did read in the paper, though, about many police officers having to take time off of work for mental anguish, though. No, you handed all your stuff over to Lieutenant Poole, and you told Lieutenant Poole about the place and everything, so that they could go seize it, raid it, do whatever it was. Yes, we should hope so. But you know how spontaneous and troublesome those Yanks can be sometimes. Your supervisor just shakes his head and says, "See? What'd I tell you? Them Yanks, they never learn." One day they're going to get themselves into trouble, and they're going to be calling on us to bail them out. Of course, that was intentional because that is a very twisted form of what actually happens. Ha! That'll be the day. Her Majesty's government will always remain superior. And look at all of our holdings that we have. India, Asia, Africa, all falls under the crown. Right, that's why you said Asia, because of Hong Kong. Yep, those as well. Now I'm sure the Q is getting antsy. He has already received word that you've returned, and he's got a few toys for you. You head down further into the establishment, and you head down to the Q division. Enter into the laboratories, and you see an elderly man working at a desk in a laboratory type room with all kinds of implements laid out across tables, and beakers and this and that, and a few other workers standing around conducting some tests and experiments and all kinds of other various things. Give me a spot hidden roll. And give me a luck roll with bonus die. Ah, Miss Ward, it is so nice to see you. I just received word that you were back from the Americas. Yes, so I've heard. Every time you go to the Americas, it's always something new and strange. What was it this time? Werewolves? Oh, I'm sorry, it's werewolves in London. No, he chuckles a little bit. It's like, ha, you're very funny, Miss Ward. You humor an old man with these strange tales, but I must say that these parasites from Peru, they're most interesting. Yes, everything that was outside of the seal, the Karasiri, they all just kind of withered away. But that didn't stop what was inside the pyramid. Yes, we've been having some trouble getting them to live. They all seem to die rather quickly after removing them from that structure, but we've managed to get one back here intact. Run some experiments on it. Yes, well, all the details I'm sure are rather boring to someone such as yourself, but in the end, I think I have something that just may do the trick and help you out in the future. Well, you see these shards here? He holds up a petri dish, a little curved dish that has some metal flecks in it, and they're in some sort of a liquid. It's all kind of beyond your understanding. It says, now you know that these creatures they have a weakness to fire, and you know, but fire isn't always handy. Well, I've got something that may help you out. Just look at this. You were an old man. He takes the petri dish and he kind of pours it out onto a napkin. And as soon as the metal shards they come out, and as soon as the water absorbs into the napkin, then suddenly the metal shards they catch fire, just spontaneously, just for no reason. You know, as soon as they're not in the water anymore, they burst up into this iridescent flame, and it burns into the cloth and everything else, and it's all rather dramatic. As Q impresses you with his magical toys. Kansas just come up with all kinds of stuff, but yes, Q gives you raises one eyebrow and says, "Ah, Miss Ward, you're brighter than I thought. You're one step ahead of me. Yes, I've combined this substance within some special rounds." He didn't say yours. He didn't say you're as dumb as you look. He said you're brighter than I thought. Wait, I have I've taken the liberty to comprise a few rounds with this substance inside of them. The substance is only stable as long as it's inside this particular liquid. Should it exit that liquid, then it will burn in a fiery torrent, as you just saw. Now keep in mind, this is only a prototype, so please, do be careful with them. I'd hate for my favorite lady agent to incinerate herself. Oh, I guarantee it. It's hot enough to burn anything. Ah, Miss Ward, I would trust that you would not go giving this out to the Yanks. I'd hate for them to be indiscretionary with their shots. But it is for you to decide. Here, I have 10 rounds that we've made up. What kind of gun do you carry, Irene? Isn't it a 32? Yes, they are made for a 32. I think the default magazine for a 32 is about 5 rounds. And I don't know, it might be more. Might be 8 rounds. What's it say for your gun? Hers holds 8. Then in that case, he gives you 8 rounds. It's one magazine worth of the special ammunition. And so, in your character sheet, let's see, what does your normal It does 1d8 damage. So this one, we're going to say that this does 1d8 damage plus 1d8 per round for 5 rounds. So obviously there's not a roller that's made up for that, so you'll just have to remember, make a note on your character sheet, and you would just roll 1d8 for each additional round. May these serve you well, and should you run into any more creatures with such attributes as these, you'll be prepared. I'm sorry, Miss Ward. I was hoping that I could perhaps maybe have some more trinkets for you, but this is all that I've had time to come up with for now. Yes, Miss Ward, please do. Even though I'm an old man, I do love seeing you. There's a little bit of a twinkle in his eye that you can kind of see that he's hinting at your attractiveness, but he's too proper and old. He's being very he's not being like creepy stalkery about it. He's being just kind of a little flirty and like an admirer, kind of and he's old enough to be her grandpa or her dad, And with that, Irene leaves the Q division, and we fade scene on the evening. Irene finds her way back to the Covington townhouse, and she meets back up with Alonzo, Charles, Kansas, Barney, and eventually, after getting detained and held up for a while in customs, Chappie finally makes it back to the townhouse as well. You all settled in for the evening. You may discuss events of the day, or you may keep them to yourself. And so it is 11:40. I think this is a good place to go ahead and wrap up for the night. If you want to address the things with your brother and cousin Jared, then we can address that at the beginning of the next session as you guys role play that out a little bit before we begin the next day's events. Yes, the butler and the maids do come back within just about an hour or two. Okay, so Barney won't be here next week. Maybe Barney gets called off to take care of some family issues. Alright, so that wraps up the arrival here in London. We had some little personal development side trip kind of things here. Kind of get settled in. Go shopping. Yep. So I was trying to decide on how to play that out with Jared. At first I was thinking about having him shagging one of the maids. And then I was like, I don't know. I think it'd be more interesting if if it's something a bit even more indiscretionary than shagging one of the maids. And so I made up old Leonard Devonshire. And then with the connection with Irene's brother, it was just too good to resist. The Covingtons are always getting fucked by the prices. That's funny. Alright, well, hope everyone enjoyed the evening, and anything that you wish to address before we sign off for the night. Remember, this is your story also. So, even though I'm adding little twists to it and everything, you guys are creating your backgrounds, your connections, all of that stuff. So be active participants in the story, and we'll see where it goes. All right, everyone, have a good night, and I'll see you next week. Except for Barney. Barney, have a good trip or whatever it is that you're doing. Fourth of July. I usually don't do anything special for 4th of July, so I am not a firework person, so I don't really have anything planned at this particular juncture. But if something does come up, I'll let you know as we get closer.